Hey everybody, welcome back. Another Gravity Ace dev stream is starting. It is, I think, Saturday. It's Saturday, November 7th, 2021 at 6:34 a.m. And I keep waking up late and starting the stream late. So I'm going to change my schedule so that I'm not late anymore. Cool. So that I'm not late anymore. Cool. Oh, I gotta mute you. How do we change this? Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna change you to 6:30. Save. 6:30. Yeah. And 6:30. I think I might be finally adjusting to the time change, is the thing. I don't know where you are, but here we have daylight savings time. It's a pain in the butt. And we just changed a couple weeks ago, and I think it might be, my body might be catching up. Might be hitting my winter rhythm. All right. Yeah, that's more realistic. Judd, my friend, thank you for the help. Man, you know the funny thing about that tip? It's in the documentation. All the documentation that I read, I was looking for something like this, but I never read this. But they had this cool tutorial and it shows everything. And look, minimal client example has everything that we had, right? Had all this, the signals, the connected, the receiving data, the poll, right? And look at the documentation here. Call this data transfer signals and emission, or data transfer and signals emission will only happen when calling this function. You have to call this for everything else to work. It's right there. If I just copied this, if I just read the documentation. So, once again, something that I thought maybe was Godot's fault in my arrogance is not Godot's fault at all. Of course, it's my fault. Of course, those guys are smarter than me. They've thought of everything. Anyway, it all works. It's running right now. And it's great. It's fantastic. So the code is in Twitch PubSub, right? Here. And I added this HTTP request because I'm making an API request as well. So there's this WebSocket, the polling. I had this WebSocket connected, which does this big long thing just to make sure we're actually connected. And then it connects to Twitch. Once the connection is established, it starts the heartbeat, and then it makes an HTTP request. It does this to get the user ID of the channel that we're in. And then once it gets that data, this is the callback to get that data. If it failed, it tells me. I should probably have it do something else like retry or do something, but that's what it does right now. And then it gets the channel ID and stores it in this variable. The channel ID is just the user ID. Twitch's API, they call it channel ID, user ID, and ID. They're all synonymous. And then it calls listen, and listen actually listens for the channel point stuff. It gives it the channel ID. And then this works. It's listing right now. And when somebody does something like this, posture check, ba-boom, that's the bot. Just for that stupid thing. That's why I did this. Boy. But now, yeah, now I can see them. And I missed two separate whatchamacallums, reward things yesterday. So I need this, obviously, because there's no point in having the channel points if people are redeeming them and I don't even notice until after they're gone. Yeah. So, got that working. I think the next thing I wanted to do, I want to do some more work in this bot because it's fun. Oh, I want to have it make an announcement when I start streaming. And I think the key to that, first of all, is I got to make a webhook in the announcements directory. Announcements, whatchamacallit. Discord has pretty simple integrations as well. Here it is. So this is within this channel. You can create webhooks. Oh, wow, the webhooks are already here. Oh, yeah, I already have one for the lieutenant. Oh, I need to move this over because it's going to show some secret keys. Pipe Dream. What the heck is Pipe Dream? What the heck is Pipe Dream? So you can create new webhooks, right? I'll just show this real quick. And oh, it doesn't show it. That's cool. So I can actually show the screen. That's fine. When you create a new webhook, you can give it a name. You can give it a picture like this one, right? And then it gives you a URL, and it's just the secret URL. And when you post things to that secret URL, they appear in the channel. You just have to use this JSON format for how it's formatted. Discord, webhook, JSON. This payload JSON, right? It's just this. It's simple, right? It looks like this. And this posts a message in the channel. Yeah, like this one, right? This is my lieutenant, and this is how I post announcements like change logs and stuff, right? And this is Captain Hook. This is the one we just created as an example. And then what is this? Pipe Dream. I have no idea what this is. I must have created that a long time ago. What the heck is Pipe Dream? I must have been experimenting with this. It's like a cloud. Oh, I know what this is. It's like a cloud API integrator. You can have requests go here to PipeDream, and then PipeDream can run some code and do something and send it out another way. It's actually pretty neat. It's a nice way to test things because you can have requests going here, and then it'll actually show you and log it and show you all the inputs and outputs and everything. It's free. But I guess I ended up not using it. Yeah, I'd forgotten all about this. This is a neat service. I wish I'd made it. Yeah, I want to do that just so I don't have to type it in anymore. Because I'm going in there and typing in these announcements, right? It's boring. It just makes me, it adds friction, right? I have to do all this stuff to start streaming. I have to start an app. I have to type this thing. I have to go to Twitter, make an announcement. You know, I have to update all this stuff. And I just want it to be easier. I just want to sit down and launch OBS and launch Godot and just go. And I, you know, I mean, I guess I guess you could call it partly it's laziness, maybe, but it's more than that. I think the old trope that developers are lazy, and you want to hire a good lazy developer so that they automate stuff. But the truth is that it's better to automate that stuff in a lot of cases because it's not lazy. It's extra work. It saves work in the long run, but it is extra work to automate it, right? And it just makes everything easier. It's like it's the same reason I have all my big bills on auto pay with my bank. It's just easier. It makes they're never late, you know. It makes my life better. There's no downside. So I need to make a hook here. So I have a hook, in fact. I'm going to save that. I need to save it over here somewhere in another window so that it's secret and doesn't appear on the stream. All right, so that's the hook. Wow, that's long. And then I need to figure out how I actually run the code. What is this? Oh. My son's doing some homework. Oh no. I should save it, right? Maybe I should just... Oh no. Maybe I'll just leave that. I don't want to mess it up. Games, Gravity, OBS. All right. All right. So the first thing I need to figure out, I think, is how do I get OBS to... How do I detect that the Start Streaming button has been clicked in OBS? OBS has a scripting system written in Lua. Look at that. You can use WebSockets to remotely control OBS via a network interface. So I've got my bot running in Godot. I could make another WebSocket to OBS. I wonder if that would work. Could I do that? Yeah, that would be cool, actually. I'm loving WebSockets now that I understand how to get them working. Thank you for the link. WebSocket plugin. Look at that. How do we have the same brain? Yep. I mean, that would be another way, right? I did think about that. Like I could have a Godot add-on that when I launch this app starts OBS and does all the stuff, right? But I think my workflow is like, I'm more like, I think the other way around. I think if I'm doing video streaming, I'm going to start the video streaming app. So I start the video streaming app and I have that start everything. If I'm doing coding, I'll start the Godot app and that would do everything. But I don't think of this as coding. I think of this as streaming while I code. It's the same reason I have a weird filing system. My wife came in and asked me one time where the envelopes are, and I said, or where the checkbook is. And I said, oh, it's in the mail drawer. And she's like, why are the checks in the mail drawer? That doesn't make any sense. Because she thinks of checks, she thinks of banking, she thinks of money. I think of checks, I think of mailing bills. So obviously they're in the mail drawer. Yeah, that's the only time I write a check is when I drop it in the mail. And her brain doesn't work that way. So we often clash where we put stuff. Slacks, welcome back. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. Yeah, I was just telling Jed we're working on bot stuff. We got the WebSocket stuff working. There was just one line of code that was preventing it from working, and it was documented here in the Godot documentation that I didn't read. I never read this page. I should have gone into networking and said, oh, look, WebSocket. This would have solved the problem because they have an example right here. This is the line. That fixes it. And they say, look, you got to call this, otherwise nothing else works. And I added that, and guess what? It all started working. And now I'm trying to figure out how to have OBS send a message to my Discord stream when I start streaming, so I don't have to type those announcements anymore. I'm automating my life. Well, I have one. Yeah, I'm building one. I thought about using one, like there's Nightbot. There's a couple of bots that you can use, but none of them have the integration with the channel rewards points that I wanted. A couple of them do. But they might be pro features. Some of them are paid. Plus, I don't trust giving a bot from some random server access to my user account. I just don't like the idea of it. Yeah, Me6 is out there. That one's paid. There's Nightbot is very popular, but I don't think that has the integration we need. Streamlabs bot costs like $15 a month. There's a bunch of free ones. Some have pro features, some don't. I don't know if any of them are trustworthy. Anyway, it's easy enough to write your own. You know, it's IRC, and I'm fortunate, I guess, because I'm a coder. I can just make my own. It's one of the great things about living in this age of software and knowing how to write the software. If I wasn't a software developer, I feel like I would be very frustrated because everything I want to do, I would have to depend on some service to do it. But I'm a coder. I'm lucky in that respect, I guess. And so I don't, and I like it. So anyway, so I'm writing my own bot, yeah. And that's the other thing we want to do. We want to add some commands, add some bot commands. So we're doing this one first. And that is a post to a Discord webhook. I want to do that post when I click the Start Streaming button in OBS. And to do that, OBS has an API. They have a WebSocket that you can connect to, in fact. And I want to see how that works. I guess maybe the danger here is that I'll connect to the WebSocket in OBS while I'm streaming, and I'll fuck it up, and the stream will die. But that's okay. If that happens, if I kill the stream, I'll be right back. If everything goes dark, just wait a second. I'll be right back. Highly recommend to protect OBS WebSocket with a password against unauthorized control. To do this, open the WebSocket server settings dialog under OBS. You can enable or disable authentication and set a password for it. Why would you do that? OBS runs on your local machine. Why would you need to set a password? Is that because you downloaded a virus and it's going to attack your OBS? That would be weird. Is it because, oh, maybe you're on an unprotected network and anybody can connect to your WebSocket on your network? Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is good advice, I guess. I don't think I need it. If you're running an OBS server someplace on a public network, or if you didn't have a router or a firewall, then anybody on the internet could actually scan ports, right, and connect to your WebSocket. But I do have a firewall, and I'm not on a public network. I suppose if someone hacked my Wi-Fi, then they could connect to my OBS WebSocket and then do what? Turn off my stream, I guess. So I'm not worried about it. Oh, that's neat. Remote control OBS from a phone or tablet on the same network. This is actually cool. This opens up a whole bunch of things because I have I've got one of these, right? It's a 2.5 octave mini MIDI keyboard input. And I use it to make music, obviously, but I'm not making music all the time. But I stream all the time, and it's got all these knobs and controls, and it's detected by Linux perfectly. I could write a little driver for it or detect the input somehow. And I could script all these buttons and knobs. It's got a 8 pads on it for drums. And I could script each of those pads just to be a big old button. It's got knobs, you know, and I could write a script that connects to WebSocket OBS and use it like to control OBS to switch scenes. I could use the keys as like a soundboard to play sounds in Godot, do fun stuff like that. I think that would be fun. It would be completely useless and very fun. There's a Godot sample script. No, there's not. Is there really? Oh. Well, that's cool. You have to install this thing. Interesting. I thought this was built in, but it's an external package you have to install. OBS. Scripting is away. Plugins, scripts, WebSockets. I guess this isn't official, is it? Is it official? Who is this guy? Oh, it is part of the OBS project. Oh, that's interesting. This link goes to Palaki's OBS WebSocket, but then it redirects to OBS project, so it's official. So why doesn't this ship with the thingy, with OBS? Let me see. Maybe it does. Tools, settings, advanced, network. What did they say the WebSocket settings were? Blah, blah, blah. WebSocket server settings under OBS tools menu. Tools. Yeah, I don't have WebSocket server settings, so this must be something I have to download. So let's do that. Let's download it. Do I want to pre-release? It says unless you know what you're doing. What version of OBS do I have? 27.1. This looks like the one we want. Uh-huh. Download. Oh, it's Deb. That's handy. All right, before I do that, I need to read the documentation for this and see if this will actually even do what I want. Right. But I'm not going to do that, so I can skip all this. Scene, OBS stats, output, scene, events, scenes, transitions, profile, streaming, stream starting, stream started. Stream starting. A request to start streaming has been issued. Stream started. Streaming started successfully. Cool. So it'll tell me, I can just connect to the WebSocket and then just listen, and it'll tell me that the stream has started. It contains the event, the update type, the stream time code, the recording time code. I can't actually test this, can I? Because I'd have to start and stop the stream over and over again to test it. How do I test this? Yeah, see, this guy made a whole like web page for controlling everything, which is cool. This is all the different scenes that he has, I imagine. Start, stop, tweet that he's online, offline. See, this is what I need. Blah, blah, blah. What is this? Debug node output. Click deploy, blah, blah, blah. He's doing a bunch of like no code stuff. I don't know what this is. Good Lord. Node red. It's interesting. I'm going down a rabbit hole. A programming tool for wiring together hardware devices, APIs, and online services. Using a node graph. Open source. It's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. Flows that other people have written that you can download and run yourself. Yeah. Documentation looks great. Whoa, what the heck is that? That doesn't look great. Is this the actual flow? Wow. That looks pretty cool. It looks like a neat project. All right. Do I want to do all this WebSocket stuff, or do I want to write a Lua script instead? A small Lua script that calls a Python script. That would be more stuff. So I think that would be simpler, right? I could write a Lua script that does it. OBS Lua HTTP request. Can it be done? Can you do Python scripting? Scripting has support for Python 3. I didn't know that. OBS Python script? That's cool. Yeah, you can add Python scripts. Okay. So this is how I start my bot when OBS starts. It runs my bot, and that script is tiny. It's very simple. It's Lua though, and it connects to it creates a property here, executable, which is that. So it just creates that in the interface, and then gives its description. This is defaults for those settings. It's just blank. And when the script gets updated, which happens whenever the script loads or anything, then it executes that command. So it runs the executable. That's it. That's all it does. But if I can write these scripts in Python, then I could have another one that watches for start streaming and then makes that webhook request to post the message to Discord, because I've already got Python code that does that. Can the Python script... I wish the OBS documentation was better. Script load, unload, script save, start streaming. How about that? Streaming? Start. Script function exports when it loads, when it unloads, when it saves, when it's defaults. Update properties, tick tick called every frame in case per frame is required. Well, so when this loads, it doesn't have exactly the callback I want, but when the script loads, I could start a timer probably and have that timer just pull. Yeah, look, here it is, timers. I can have the timer pull to see if a different thing is happening. I could watch for that stream button. So I can tell, let's see. Reset video audio. It'll tell you when you've switched to the right source, when something is visible, but it's not going to tell me when something has been, when the button has been pressed. Channel change, displays. Startup, shutdown, initialize, get version, profile, reset video, reset audio, get video info, get audio info. Module loading and unloading. Maybe it's a module. Yeah, this looks hairy. I think I'm going to go with the WebSocket. All right, so let's go with the WebSocket. How do I install this thing? It's a deb. Let's do it. What is this? Let's not do this. Let's remind me later. Oops. Oh, this isn't going to work because I need to restart OBS. Yep, I'll need to restart OBS for this to work. I can't do this right now. Well, we can take it a little bit further. Let's see. We can write some of the code. Yeah, I'm working on a WebSocket that connects to Discord, and then it will send a webhook message to Godot, and we can at least write that portion of it. So let's see. Hold on. I'm writing my secret over here. I'm going to save this into app user data, discord.ini. All right, I've got an announce webhook now. And I'm going to close that. All right. So Discord's webhooks look like this. Simple enough. You post a JSON blob, it has these parameters, and it does stuff. Message components, right? All this. You can pick an emoji, a label, the text, data that goes into it, right? The content, all this stuff. And I happen to have a example in here. Right? This is what I want. And this posts it to that webhook that I saved. So in the bot, how do I want to do this? Let's create another script. Let's do this. New script. New scene. I think I need a new scene. Discord. Let's do it this way. Let's do a new script. And in Discord, GD, let's be lazy again, make this an auto load. Everything in this game, in this project is an auto load. Let's do this. This is probably not a good idea, but that's probably not a good idea. But I'm doing it anyway. And then in here, I want to say var HTTP client equals HTTP equals null. Let's do that. And then here we'll do HTTP client equals HTTP. I want to request. Let's just call it HTTP. Let's call it HTTP. Is it? Okay. And then add child HTTP. These HTTP requests are a high-level interface to the HTTP client, and they have to be in the node tree for it to work. Then we want a function post announcement. It's going to do some stuff. And we want another function get webhook. Right? And that is going to be var config equals config file.new config.load user discord.ini. That's where I saved it. If error equals okay. Let's do that. Then the webhook URL equals config.get value Discord webhook no, I think that's what I called it. I gotta open that file again. I called it announce webhook. Announce webhook. And then let's just go ahead and return that. right? So it's going to try and load this. And if it doesn't exist, then it's not going to load. It's not going to set this. And then here I can say if webhook URL null, return, right? So then it won't post anything if there's no webhook URL. So it's going to, the first thing it's going to do is it's going to be ready, create the HTTP request node, add it to the tree, get the webhook URL from the config, store it, and then it'll post it whenever I call this. So that is not enough numbers. It's just a pure integer for the value of the color. That's cool. Okay. Let's do this. And the title is going to be Johnson is streaming Gravity Ace game dev with Godot engine. And the description is going to be none. Let's just do that. Title. No embeds. Let's try that. No embeds. And that means I don't need that. Oh, maybe I do need an embed. Let's call this come live now. Come watch on Twitch. Let's see. Let's try that. Okay. And then I need to make the post, which will be http.request. Let's make this HTTP request. All right, and this is going to go to the webhook, which is webhook URL. Lost all my code complete. Son of a... I need the headers. Oh, you're killing me. Okay. I'm going to post it to the webhook URL. I want some headers, which is an array, and the array will be content type application JSON. That'll be the first header and only header. So I did that. That's the URL. Did that. It needs to be a post. Let's do false for validate domain. We do http.method. What is method? How do I get post? HTTP request.post. It's HTTP client. Okay. HTTP client.method post. And then the data. Okay, that'll do that. Data equals Discord JSON print. No, JSON.print. Right? That'll convert this dictionary into JSON. converts a variant to JSON text, returns the result. Why? Oh, there. Right. Let's make this a little bit easier to read. Let's do this, 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 that. Oh, screw it. That's fine. And then there's a warning. What is the warning? The function request returns a value, but this value is never used. I'm sure it's returning an error. Or, yeah, an error. There. So I can actually test this right now. Let's test it right now. Where's Discord? Do it in here. So as soon as I run this, it's going to try and make that post. And it's going to do it into the announcements channel. It should put it right here. It should be the LT's icon. It's not going to say at everyone. It's just going to post a regular announcement. But at some point, I'll do this with at everyone. Let's just see if it works. It worked. Maybe I don't need this embed though. I can just inline the text. I think that would be fine. Just delete. Let's see how it looks if I just inline that. And then take out all of this. Take out all of that. Is that valid? Yep. And yeah, let's test that. In lieu of an embed, it added one of its own. And I don't like having this big picture here cluttering up the whole thing. It would just be block, 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 block after block. I don't want that. All right. I'm going to read the chat. Can of worms. Spriggan Dev, hello, welcome. Hey, Nathaniel, welcome. 4 degrees C, gross. It's about 25 here. It doesn't, so a WebSocket-based Discord bot doesn't have to authenticate the webhook. The webhook URL itself is secret. You're not supposed to share your WebSocket URLs. And if you look at any channel, you can create a WebSocket under integrations, and you can view all the webhooks. And I have one here in the announcements channel. So this is a specific webhook specifically for this channel. And you can configure the name and the channel and the picture. And then it gives you a webhook URL that you can copy. And that webhook URL is secret, and it will post as this user, this fake user, into that channel. That's it. It's that easy. So you just have to keep these secret. Otherwise, anybody with this URL can post things to your channel. So I just have to make a pretty simple HTTP request with just the content. And then yeah, it's pretty cool. It is actually, they made it very easy and developer friendly. It's maybe less secure in some ways because you have these secrets you need to keep, but it's so much easier, and I think it's secure enough. It's fine. Just don't leak your passwords, right? Keep your passwords secret. Embed. I could do. I wonder if I pass it in embeds. What is flags? No documentation for flags. Flags, anyone? Bueller? No? Oh, this is the wrong documentation. Webhook. Object, usernames, nicknames. Webhook resource. Example, follower incoming. Application webhook. Uploading files for display on attachments. Okay. Content, username, avatar, embeds, an array of up to 10. Allow mentions, components, files, payload. Let's just try passing an empty embeds and see what happens. Nope, that's not it. Let's see if anybody else has run into this issue. Discord webhook URL. Discord webhook. Suppress embed. My Google foo is strong. You can put angle brackets around URLs to hide the embeds. All right, let's try that. Let's just try that here. Oh, sorry guys. I just saw the head pop up on the stream. How do I disable auto embed? Yeah. What about a button? Leak passwords. Been there, done that with 2K users. Discord server I used to own. All I had to do was commit my auth key in my GitHub repo for a bot I made, and we were flooded with porn. Ah, it's funny. Ah, sorry about that. That sounds painful. So it would be this, and then this, and then the angle bracket, and then that. That weird syntax. Let's change that to that. And run, let's open the Discord just so we can see. And run. Hey, look at that. Ding, ding, ding. It works. So now LTBot will make my announcements for me. And let's delete that. Maybe I do want an embed. Maybe not. Well, I guess I was thinking of I could add the time or the date or a funny quip. But you can look at this and see when it was posted, right? So I don't need the date. I don't need the time. Yeah, this will be fine. All right, so that works. That works great. I'm going to remove that from here. This was my test. Where's it here? So it's simple. You set up your content, 2 lines to post it, done. Could do this in 1 line. Could do this in 1 line. 1 line for the content, 1 line for posting it. Easy peasy. This gets the config for my secret URL, which is not stored in this repo. And yeah. So the reason I made this a global is because I need another one now. New script, OBS WebSocket. OBS WebSocket. Bam. Make this one global too. Because why not? OBS WebSocket. In fact, let's rename it. Let's just call it OBS. OBS. Let's make this all caps because I feel like that's how I'll remember it. Add. So now I've got this OBS script. And one of the things it needs to do is connect to WebSocket. And another thing it will need to do is connection established, right? I'll need to copy some of this stuff from here, actually. Yeah, I'll need these. But I don't want that. I don't want that. I want those. Yeah. And then I'll need this and this. Like that. And I'll need this and this and this. Don't need all of these, but yeah, let's just copy that. This will be my base. All right. I don't care about this one. And I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. That's a Twitch thing. I don't think I need to listen for any particular channels because the server is going to broadcast. From what I read from the documentation, it seems like it's just going to broadcast to all clients. This will be connect to OBS. That needs to be something. Don't know what the WebSocket is. Probably something localhost, something, right? Let's make that invalid so it doesn't work. That's right, that's right. Data received. Don't know what the protocol is, so I can remove those. This will just be print data. Send. Again, I don't know what the protocol is, so it's probably something like that. Oops. Right, something like that. Something like that. And then in here, it's going to do something like if stream started, Discord dot, what did I call it? Post announcement. That's it. That is it. So I can't test this right now. I can't test this right now because I have to restart OBS to test the streaming thing. And I don't want to do that right now. I have to restart OBS to make sure that the OBS WebSocket plugin got installed and to configure it. And then to connect to it and see what I can do with it. Do some debugging. And I just don't want to restart it right now while we're in the middle of our stream. So I think this is fine. We got at least part of it done. We got all the meat of it done. And I know that this will work now because I solved the problem with not receiving any of the signals. You have to call that to get the signals. Otherwise, none of these signals work. So that's the secret sauce. And now I know this will all work because I've written it. I understand it now. Firefly, thank you for following. Connection established, connection closed, connection error, data received, send. Yeah, and I'll just need to, I don't need to send anything really. Oh, this was actually wrong place. That should be here. Right? When it reads data from the WebSocket, when somebody pushes the start streaming button, it should post a message to the WebSocket to all clients. And then I can decipher that message and then post the announcement when the start stream button gets pressed. And this, I probably won't even use. I don't know. But I'll just have it here for completeness. I don't know if it uses JSON messages or what. And I need this WebSocket URL. Maybe you can fill that in right now. What is the OBS WebSocket URL? How come it's not? Password request, client libraries, blah, blah. OBS WebSocket URL. What is it? It's got to be just localhost, don't you think? What is the... How come this is so hard to find? Am I that dumb? Is it so obvious that nobody needs to be told? Why isn't it just right here? This is all source for the actual OBS WebSocket, not for the examples. Client library is listed in the README. Client. Oh, this isn't the README. The README will be here. Control it remotely. Tablet remote. Host. Where's it getting host? Connect host, localhost, port 444. OBS WebSocket 444. Okay. So let's assume that's true. And this will be that. So I just need to do this listening bit and see what message it sends me. Oh my God. I'm just looking at the chat. Jed, you're way ahead of me as usual. Joker, thanks for the follow. Hey, not for nothing. I'm not sure what that phrase means. Thanks for the follow. I'm 5 followers away from 500. And I would love to break that this stream. So if you're not following, give me a follow. Let's push it over the edge. I know, it's crazy, right? Hey, bet me. Now we're at 496. We're 4 away. Thank you for the follow. I usually don't advertise like that. I'm not I don't really care. Well, I guess I do care a little bit. Gimme Games following $4.97. I do care a little bit about the numbers. Let's be honest. It's not my life. If all my follower count went to 0 tomorrow, I would be fine. I'd go do something else. My stream is not who I am. But I do like hanging out with you guys, and the more the merrier. Yeah, this is Ubuntu. This be Ubuntu. Got all my stuff. I don't know if you've ever used it before, but you can like search for apps, right? OBS, right? It's also got a app shelf you can kind of just go through. Bring. I never use that. I just search all the time. It's got like workspaces. This workspace has my kids' homework. This one's blank. And this is where we are today. Pop OS. I've heard good things about it. I've never tried it. I'm not a distro hopper. I don't really care about the operating system. I just want it to get out of my way. All right, let's move this to, well, it's not quite done, is it? I was going to say let's move this to the done pile, but it's not really done yet. Let's take it a little bit further. I think I can decipher what the format's going to be, and at least write this, and then I can test how it works later after I reload OBS and everything. So yeah, let's do that. So Websocket Documentation. Protocol. Events, message types. Connecting. These steps should be followed precisely. Failure to connect to the server as instructed will likely result in your client being treated in an undefined way. So you make your initial HTTP request to the OBS WebSocket server. The sec WebSocket protocol header can be used to tell OBS WebSocket which kind of message encoding to use. By default, OBS WebSocket uses JSON over text. Perfect. I want to use the default. We will use JSON over text. So that means this is done. This takes a dictionary, converts it to JSON, sends it to the server. That's done. JSON over text means I can say message equals to, no, JSON, no, to JSON, no, from JSON. How did I do it in the other thing? How did I do it in the other thing? Parse JSON, that's what I want. That's what I want. All right, so now I've got a dictionary from this JSON data. You're considering changing your desktop environment, but I have to set up the printer scanner again, and that was a huge pain in the ass. I've always been kind of interested in trying KDE. I haven't tried KDE since like 2006. And it kind of makes me want to try it. But I know that if I install it, it's going to fuck everything up. And I may not like it. I've heard that it can be difficult to uninstall or remove, or it doesn't really play well with GNOME. I don't know. Maybe I'll just create a virtual machine and try it there. Do it safe and then delete the whole thing. But again, this does everything I need. I mean, people complain about GNOME, but literally all I do is say Chrome. That's it. That's all I ever do. I just run an app and then I'm in the app, and it doesn't matter what the operating system is at that point. It's just the app. Yeah, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Lovely advice. Hearts, 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 hearts. The WebSocket server will immediately send an opcode hello message to the client, which I can ignore. The client listens for the hello and responds with an identify. Oh man, you can't ignore it. So I have to listen for a hello and send identify. Then what do I need to do? The server receives and processes the identify sent by the client. If the authentication is required, I'm not going to do authentication. If the client is requesting an RPC version, I'm not going to do that either. Once identification is processed, the server responds to the client with opcode identified, and the client will begin receiving events from OBS WebSocket and may now make requests. So I'm going to ignore that one. I'm just going to assume it works. It's going to send me that. I'm going to be like, I trust you. I assume that's going to work. And I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to send an authentication object. There's an opcode enum. Let's copy this. Put it right here. Look at that. I could just paste it in. It works perfectly. Wonderful. Let's copy that as well. Hey, Hellmarch, thanks for the follow. What are we up to? 498. We got 498. I need to change these comments. Can I not do that? Oh, I can. Okay. Cool. Oh man, so many more. Oh, I have to subscribe to an event. Okay. This is how I guess they're using some kind of, well, whatever. I don't know what to call it. Maybe it's PubSub. Everybody's talking about PubSub on Twitch these days. I don't know if that's true. That was a false statement. I've just been working with PubSub because that's how Twitch does it. That's how Twitch does their events. All right. Go away. Why is this red? Huh. Okay, that's why. How would I do this? Maybe... Does that work? No. It's like I can't, Godot doesn't like defining new things as in the thing that it's defining them in. Maybe these have to be pluses. Nope. Expected a constant, that's the problem. Yeah. It expected a constant. You can't do this in an enum. It wants a constant, and this is an expression. So this has to be general, which is 1 this, config that, scenes that, inputs, transitions, outputs. Let's take out these spaces. If you guys don't know this syntax, this angle, or left bracket, less than, that's called a bit shift. So what it's doing is it's taking this 1, shifting it left 0 bits, so it's just a 1. And it takes this 1, it shifts it left 1 bit. Okay, so it's a 2. If you remember your binary, if you take a line of bits and you take the 1 and move it to the second position, now it's a 2. If you take a 1 and shift it 2 bits, now it's a 4, right? So I'm adding 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. And it adds them all together. Well, it ORs them all together, but they're bits, and because they're ORed all together, you've got a 1 and a 1 and a 1 and a 1, and it squashes them all together, and now you've got your big number. All right, that's fine. Subscriptions are a bitmask system, right? So this is how I subscribe to an event. Wow, geez. Do I care about all this stuff? Let's just put it in. Too many spaces. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba, real semi-myth. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, do people have questions about what the game is? How many people do we have in here? Oh, wow, 28 folks. All right, it is trailer time. If you don't know the game, this is the game we're working on. I'm supposed to be working on. This is the game I usually work on, but right now I'm working on a Twitch bot for the stream to automate some stuff to make my life a little easier. But we'll get to the game. We'll get to the game today. We're almost there. But here's the trailer. I've been working on off and on since 2018, mostly off. I probably have about a year's worth of hours in the game. A year's worth of full-time hours. Probably somewhere close to that. Spread over 3 years. And I'm getting close. I'm getting close to the finish line. Where's my to-do list? 14 launch tasks remaining. I keep adding more. That's the problem. But like this stuff, this is the bot stuff that we're working on today. I don't really need to do this, for the game. I just need it for my own sanity and because it's Thanksgiving weekend and I'm giving myself a break. I'm doing some fun coding instead of some chore coding. Yeah, something like that. But I'm going to get back onto it soon, maybe half an hour or so. Let's see how far we can take this. And then and then we'll switch over. All right, so here's an example of op is what D is an object of the data keys associated with the operation. Okay, so every message from OBS, the OBS WebSocket, will contain an op and a D, and the D is this. It's the data for the message. So this would be op 0, and then this would be here. So I need to just look for, when I'm listening to messages, right? I've already converted that JSON into a dictionary. So I can say if response.op equals, where were they? WebSocket opcode. WebSocket opcode dot hello. Then I will send and identify. Op WebSocket socket opcode dot identify with a D of nothing. I'm going to identify myself as nothing. How about that? Yeah, this tells me a bunch of stuff about the OBS WebSocket RPS version, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. So I just want to send this back. Identify, sent from a freshly connected WebSocket. Description, response to the hello message should contain an authentication string if authentication is required, along with pub sub subscriptions and other session handlers. All right, so now I need to pass my event subscriptions. RPC version is the version number that the client would like OBS WebSocket server to use. Let's just assume yeah, what the hell? Let's just copy that. So we'll send this. I don't need that. And then this is going to be event subscription. Yeah, what the hell? Let's just listen to them all. That's easy. Event subscription. Spaces must be, oh. Copying, pasting code from the internet. It doesn't like my spaces and tabs. Event subscription dot all. So it's going to send a hello. If they send a hello, then I will send back an identify. And that's it. I'll just assume that works. And then I should start getting event subscription messages, which are event 5. And that will have this in the event data. Okay, so then I need to listen for if response.op equals WebSocket opcode event, then event equals response.d.event type. That should work. Yeah. And if event equals stream started, I don't know if that's what it actually is. Then we'll do that. Where's the list of events? There it is. Events. Clicky. Nothing happens. There is no events. Uh-huh. Events, 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 events. Event subscriptions. Yeah. Events. 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 It's just not here. It's blank. Okay. You can't have everything. OBS WebSocket event list. Added new events. Added events. New events. Where is this link? All right, here we go. What is this page? Protocol again. General, exiting, other, replay started. It's all here. Events. Oh, this is a different version of the documentation, maybe? I don't know. Started. That's the one we want. Stream started. Streaming started successfully. So, yeah, I'll just listen. I'll look for that event, right? So if I get an event opcode, then I'll get the event string or the event type. If the event type is stream started, then I'll post my Discord announcement. I think this is a working implementation of the client, of the WebSocket client for OBS. When I get the hello, I'll say, yep, I'm here. Give me this version and subscribe to everything. And it'll say, great. And then if I get this event, stream started, which will happen when I push the stream started button, then it'll post my Discord announcement, which we've tested already. That already works. This send should work because it's going to take this dictionary and convert it into JSON. And by default, the WebSocket client, the WebSocket server reads and writes JSON, so this should be fine. I think that'll work. I can't run it though, because I have to restart Discord. I'm gonna go back and read the chat. I think I'm gonna call that for right now, and then we'll get into Gravity Ace. Let's read the chat. Are you a developer for the Godot project? I am not a developer for the Godot project. I'm messing around with, oh, you know what? That's the other thing we wanted to do. We wanted to add some bot commands. We're back on the bot. I'm not a developer for the Godot project. I'm a developer for Gravity Ace. You can see Gravity Ace here, gravityace.com. There's a link to the trailer there. You can watch it. It's awesome. I'm going to start working on it in probably 10 minutes. But First, I want to add, I'm working on this bot, this Twitch bot. And one of the things that the Twitch bot does is it plays a little game that we can all play. We'll play that in a minute. But the other thing is I wanted it to be able to answer some questions and do some stuff. I want it to post announcements when my Discord stream starts. And just basically kind of automate the streaming. I'm streaming a lot more frequently than I used to. And so I need some help. So I've got some commands in here. One for starting the battle, but only I can do that. Sorry, you guys can't do that one. And then I've got commands. And I've got info, and I've got meaning of life. So if you did command info right now, you should see me say, hi, I'm working on Gravity Ace. You have to do exclamation point info. And exclamation point meaning of life should work as well. That's the bot. Yeah. That's this. And then meaning of life. Oh, spoilers. And then if somebody redeems a, this is the other big thing that I wanted to do. If somebody redeems channel points, this isn't something that most bots do, but now I'll get a pop-up in the middle of the screen that says, hey, someone redeemed their channel points, so that I can stop ignoring channel point redemptions. Because I keep missing them because there's no notification. But now there is. It does more than just this print. This is just a debug. Aha, see? Thusly. Thank you, Judd. And then I can go and mark that done. Can I do it here? I can't do it there. I have to do it from my Twitch control panel, which is over here. Ding. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you, kind sir, for playing along. Commands, do I need this? I don't think I do. Let's make the command secret. It'll be like the secret menu. And we've got info. What's another common one for finding out what a streamer is working on? Is it info? Is it game? Is it like what have you guys seen? I mean, maybe that's all I need. And I can add a little overlay. Let's say 200 by 200. Let's do this. Let's just see how big that is. Gravity, platforms, Twitch. Let's call this command overlay. Okay, and then over here, we will add that image source. Commands is a popular one. And overlay. And that's going to be Gravity, platforms, Twitch, command overlay. All right, there it is. I don't know, put it here maybe? I don't know. It's going to be in the way everywhere. Let's just try it there. All right, so the command overlay is just going to be what? Just some floating text, right? It's going to say what? Commands. Let's go like this. Too small. Too small. Yeah, that works. That's better. All right, so we want commands. We want what? Info. I don't know. Do we want those things? Yeah, let's not do this. I kind of don't want this overlay because it's like taking up so much of the screen. And then every time I change the commands, I'd have to update the overlay. I don't want to do that. I'm too lazy for that. Let's just add commands. 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 I know what I want. I want a FOD command. Yeah. Let's add that to FOD. Info FOD meaning of life commands. And all right. And then is there a join? Like a commands dot join or combine? Is there an array thing that'll join all the array elements into a string? Sort. I don't think there is. Maybe it's a string thing. Escape, capitalize, dedent ends with, find. Human insert. Left, match. Pad. Split, strip, simple. There's a split. What's the opposite of split? It's not unsplit. Pool string array has join. How can there be a split but no join? Pool string array. Join. Is there no other join? Just in pool string array. Okay, fine. Have it your way. And then I can say chat equals commands dot join. And then I can do that. Oh, not that. I want that. So I'll take this array of help, join it with a new line, and send it to the chat. All right, let's export this. Project, export all. Yep, release mode. Close you. I'm going to close this. Sorry if the screen might go black for a second. Oh, it didn't. Okay, good. And then I can launch it again. It's here. This is the bot. Where'd it go? Is it in here? Here it is. Right? This is the one that should just be updated. Right? 824. Launch it. Connect it to the chat. And now, commands. Well, yeah, that's not right. And did I add the FOD? I didn't. Let's add the FOD command. Check out blockofdogs.com by Max Clark. Oh, and then actually we want a another command for, we're doing an indie game dev night event. Yeah, let's do this. Event. And this is going to say, ask me about it. We are holding, I am participating. The reason I said we is because it's a group of us. I'm going to be at Ambitious Indies 3.0 in Long Beach on January 12th. More info coming soon. Maybe it's got to be that. I don't know. Let's kill this other bot. Quit. Let's just run this bot. Connect. And now commands. Still not working right. Why isn't that new line appearing? Maybe it's got to be 2. How about FOD? Yep, that works. How about event? Did I not wire up the event? I didn't. Run it again. Connect. Event. The Ambitious Indies event is still in planning. The date is tentatively January 12th. It's going to be in Long Beach, California. It is going to be at the Ambitious Ales tap room in Long Beach. If you are in the area, if you're in LA, Southern California, if you're going to be in town for that weekend or whatever, it's a Wednesday night. I would love to meet you. Come on by. I'm gonna be there. I'll buy a pint for every member of the stream that shows up, and we can all check out, you know, the games that are on offer. I might be demoing my game. I'm not sure, but there's going to be probably, 6 or 7 guys there, all showing games. It's a neat event to meet some industry folks too. There's a lot of big game studios down here. And I think last time there was a guy here from EA, there was a guy from Blizzard. There are folks from all over, so you can kind of rub shoulders and knees with whoever. You never know who's going to show up to one of these things. Yeah, so anyway, that's going to be January 12th, I think, tentatively. Why doesn't that work? I'll bet it prints it okay. Yeah, it printed it just fine. It's just not chatting it that way. Maybe it shouldn't be a new line. Twitch chat new lines. IRC. There is no way of doing that. And an emote. So the first line of text, which is the link, a hyphen description, an emote, all fit on chapter design and maintain. I don't know what this means. Yeah, how is this possible? The chat program is designed to maintain link functionality. So the first line of text, which is the link, a hyphen description, and an emote all fit to that line. But if it tries to put the second link, then it forces the line break. All right. Fine. I'm working within limitations here. This is fine. Let's do this. This will be great. I'm just going to join these with a, like that. It's fine. And FOD and event. Yep. And meaning of life. And all right. I think that's enough. I'll add more commands later as the need arises. And because this is all integrated with the Twitch API now, I can actually call API methods when some of these things happen. Like I could create a new streamer only command that bans people. I don't know why I would do that, but it's possible. All right, export this, release mode. Close you, close you. Let's go back into Gravity Ace. We're going to do some Gravity Ace development now. And I'm going to run this, connect. All right. And we're going to mark this off our list. Enough WebSockets. Done. This needs to be tested. I'll do that after the stream. And next time you see an announcement from the LT, next time you see an announcement about the stream, it'll be from the LT. Hopefully that'll be working. All right. Again, for the new folks that are here, we're done working on TwitchBot now. And now we're switching modes over to the game. And here's the game. I'm going to show the trailer real quick. And I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get another refill on my coffee. Oh, you know what? Before I go, I'm going to start a battle. There you go. Main. Copy. There you go. So the battle is starting. You chat to join the battle, and your ship will appear and start killing people. It'll be great. Hey, Hybrid. Snowy Sierra. Hey, Random. Nice to see you guys. 100 seconds left to decide the winner. Hybrid Lizard. Wow, 3 kills. Another thing I want to do with this bot is improve the AI of these guys. I think it would be more interesting if they flew a little more realistically instead of flying into walls, but I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Shoot! Ugh. Shoot, shoot, shoot! Nope. They're blind. They're blind as bats. Oh, how did that miss? Come on. Come on. 40 seconds. I got no kills. Let me just get one. Hey! I got one. Now we don't have to leave empty-handed. Come on. 20 seconds is enough time to win. Oh, man. Maybe not. Get him. Shoot. 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 Ugh. All right. Congratulations, I guess. You beat me at my own game. All right, boss art was next on the list. So if we're looking at my boss, this boss is the thing I've been working on. And this is about the size it appears in the game. And it's I think it's too big. And I was telling everybody a little while ago that when I first started making games, I tended towards subtlety and making things too small, too minimal, too subtle. And a lot of the effects were lost, you didn't see them. And I learned over time that you just have to go over the top with just about everything. And so I went over the top with this boss. I thought he's a big boss. He should be gigantic. He should take up a whole bunch of the screen. And so I did. But I think he's too big. Let's go into my level editor here. This was a little mini campaign that I created just to demo some features in the game. I'll go ahead and play it for you guys. I do a meetup every month, and just about every week actually, but there's a big one every month, and we demo for each other what we've been working on. And anyway, this was my demo. So I wanted to show everybody, here's what I've been working on, guys. And I've noticed a bug here. I've noticed an issue. And I'm not sure how I'm going to fix it. Maybe we need to fix that first. And then I've got my reflective walls that I was showing. And the reflective walls work neat with these gravity wells. It's cute, right? And then I've got this enemy guy that we've worked on before. That guy. Yup. And let's see. This is kind of a fun interaction here. Get down there. Oh, see, it's tricky. That's a neat enemy, I think, because he shoots so fast and he moves, so you can't depend on him being in just one spot. I think I'm going to copy this into a real level at some point. I've got my bouncy dudes. Rescue those guys. Yeah, so that was the level editor. I was just showing everybody all the new features I'd made since the last time. But we're interested in the boss. And this should load the boss now. No? Didn't load it. Maybe because it didn't save it? Oh, no, because it's loading this level specifically, that's why. I don't want to lose all this. H92T7A. 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 Let's load that level as my test level. See, he's just big, and I want to see more of him. And he'll be easier to build and animate as well if he's smaller, so they're practical reasons. But just artistically, I'm not seeing enough of him. I want to see more of him. So I'm going to make him smaller. Health bar works great. Love it. Alright, the bug that I was noticing was in that other level. Let me open that one back up again. Here's this one. You'll notice the dust clouds kind of disappear. See that? They just disappear. And they do that because I only have one instance of this dust particle system. And what's happening is that there's an enemy in this level that also uses the dust particle system. It uses the same dust particle system. And it's moving it over to where he is. I move it to where I want it here when I'm using it, and then he moves it over to where he is. But because he's so far away, he's out of bounds of the particle system drawing function, so it doesn't draw it. And what I need to do is, in his code, not move it if he's not on the screen. If visibility enabler, no, visibility enabler 2D.is on screen. Right? So I want him to move if he's not on the screen. Okay? I want him to still move around, because I want to be able to, you fly away and come back and he's in a different spot. I don't know if that matters very much, but that's what I want. Maybe not, because I could, like, normally what I would have is if not visibility enabler 2D.is on screen, then return, right? That's normally what I would do. And then he just won't move, he won't shoot, he won't do any of this stuff unless he's on the screen. And then I don't need this. And then my dust should all work. My dust here shouldn't disappear now. And it doesn't, right? He's not stealing it now. And when they're both on the screen together, it's fine. Right, we're both using it, it's fine. Because we're both on screen together, it looks fine. And once he's off the screen, I get it exclusively. And then he, because he went off screen, he didn't move, right? So he should still be over on that far edge as I come over, right? That's actually fine. We'll just have him, you know, stop moving when he's off screen. Yeah, that's actually fine. I think that's fine. I kept going back and forth on that because I thought it would be fun if you had like if you had one of those enemies like this on a small asteroid. Like if you had a small asteroid, this, and you had him on it like that, right? Then he'll just go around and around and around it. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Wrong guy. These guys. He'll just keep going around and around. But you see how he's not chasing me because he's off the screen. He only moves when I can see him. And I thought it would be fun if he's off the screen that he eventually comes back around. That's why I wanted it. That's why I wanted it. So let's take this out. Let's have him move, even if he's off screen. Hey, thanks for the follow. Liz? I'm going to say Liz. I don't know. You'll have to correct me if that's wrong. Let's do this. So now he'll move even when he's off screen. So he'll come around eventually. There he is, see? This is the behavior I wanted. I can run away, but he's still coming for me. See? Even when he goes off screen, he's still coming for me. All right, that's what I want. But he's also going to not use that dust when I'm using the dust. So he's way over there, and because he's off screen, he's not going to use the dust, so my dust shouldn't disappear. Perfect. And then when we're on the screen together... Oops, let me just grab him. We're on the screen together. We can both use the dust, and it's great. Yes. All right. That's fixed. Lees, welcome. Welcome to the stream. If you're curious about what the game is, it's this. Oh, wow. Cool. Thank you. Are you working in Godot as well? Are you game dev? What's going on? What's your story? What brings you by today? Or feel free to lurk and be quiet. That's fine. Whatever you want to do. I don't want to pressure you. All right. So yeah. So this is fine. And the reason this is an issue is because I only have one dust particle system in the game, and I just move it around to wherever it needs it. I could have given everybody their own particle system for dust, but when I initially implemented it, it was only the ship that made it. You know, the ship made the dust, and there was only one thing in the game that made the dust. So I just made one particle system. Why did I put it in the global? And then I think because, well, I know why. Because the player can have the dust, but he can die. But you still want to see the dust. So I made it outside of the ship. And then I thought, well, let's put it on this enemy. That would be cool because you got these little feet that move. And that's when the problem started. Anyway, this fixes it. Prototyping a survive and escape simulator in dreams and learning Unreal. A nice vibe here, but thank you. What is dreams? I've never heard of that before. Is that a like survival escape simulator engine of some kind? What is that? There's always so many different things to try. All right, what is this? This is the wrong thing. Let's commit all this stuff. This is all the stuff for the OBS bot. OBS and Discord integration. Boom. And then we're going to switch over to Gravity. And look at that. And look at that. Look at that. And we fixed this guy, right? Yeah. Fixed dust disappearing from player when a mobile turret is off screen. What a weird bug. Oh, visual coding engine on the PlayStation. Interesting. PS4 by the creators of Little Big Planet. Oh, neat. Dreams. Wow. Fantasy violence. Real language. Those are good reviews. Looks awesome. Game creation system. Neat. You can actually make new assets and stuff too, huh? That's incredible. Edit mode. Assembly, sculpt, paint, coat, style, effects, sound, test, update, photo. Wow. Wow. That is pretty cool. Yeah, that's awesome. SDFs is something I want to learn more about. I don't know anything about them. I know kind of what they are, but I don't know technically anything about them. But I know that they've been messing around with that in Godot 4. And I know that there are some neat shader things you can do with that math. It's all math. Yeah. 3D objects made with math with infinite resolution. Interesting. If polys are like pixels, then SDFs are like vectors, right? Yeah, exactly. Jinx. Okay, yeah. So it's neat. I don't understand it. I don't know how to use them, but I want to read and research more about it and learn more about it. So my boss, he needs to be smaller. He just needs to be smaller. So let's make him smaller. And we're gonna put some art on him. We're gonna make him look nicer too, because I just can't anymore. That's him. There he is. What a guy. What is he? 640 by 360. He's as big as a screen. Let's make him a quarter of the size. 320 by 180. Save. Yeah. Yeah. Look at him. He looks so weird now. Oh, good lord. You go away. We need to change his collision. Yup. Let's delete you. Sprite. Collision.
This is going to look weird, but I'm just trying to get a sense of scale here. That's better. I think he could still be smaller. It's so funny. Like, I think, you know, this guy needs to be bigger. This guy needs to be smaller. Usually it's always, it needs to be bigger. Bigger, bigger, bigger. And it's usually like, yeah, let's make it bigger. Oh, let's make it way bigger. Oh, no, no, no. That's just too big. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Perfect. That's usually how it goes. This time I'm going backwards. I'm saying, let's make it smaller. And I kind of feel like that's about right. That feels about right. I think he could be just a smidge smaller. Just a skosh. So I actually want this to be, I want the canvas to be 640 by 360. Okay. I want to have lots of room for him to do stuff. Let's make the canvas 480. How does that look? 540? Yeah. Kind of a square canvas. And let's take him and just shrink him that way a little bit. And shrink him this way a little bit. Maybe he should be kind of circular. Let's save that. Yeah, this collision shape is all wrong now. That's okay. Just trying to get a sense of scale. Yeah, I think that's okay. I like it. I just want it a little bit smaller. It still feels a little oversized to me. Let's do it this way. Let's load my default palette. Let's get this pink. Let's make a thingy. What if he was that big? And then take these thrusters and connect them. Because the thrusters are going to add some stuff, and then I'm going to add a bunch of tentacles and stuff to him too. So he's going to appear bigger than just this central core area. So he's much, much bigger than me still, but he's more compact. And then I'll make these thrusters smaller as well too, so the scale kind of matches. Alright, let's work on some art. I think that's about right. It's going to change. It's going to change over time as just organically as we work on it. But that's about the right scale. I'm going to go back and read the chat real quick. Hold on a second. Sorry, everybody. I've been ignoring you. SDFs. Yes, Jinx. Oh, SDFs are slower than polygon meshes. Well, I guess that makes sense though, right? Because SDFs maybe aren't optimized, or GPUs aren't optimized. GPUs are optimized for polys, right? SDFs, they're not optimized for SDFs. So you'd need a GPU that is optimized for SDFs to make them just as fast, right? Maybe? I don't know. People use SDFs to make outlines for 3D meshes using cell shading. Okay. Lighting and shadows. Godot 4 uses SDFs for global illumination. Yeah. That's where I've seen. Yes, that's where I've started hearing about SDFs because I've been following Godot Engine 4 development. And I know Juan's been talking about it a lot. Real-time rendering, how they combined SDFs with their Flex system. Learning from failure. Cool. A lot of good talks about SDFs. I have to watch some of that stuff. I mean, Dreams looks amazing. I'm going to have to look more at that. Hey, Game Dev Unknown. All right, here, let's check this out. Do you mind if I show everybody Game Dev? I don't know if it's too secret or anything. All right, I'm going to show this. So Game Dev Unknown is working on a kart racing game, and they wanted to put the captain in. And so I sent them. What did I send you? I sent you. Common portraits. I sent you this. Right? I said, this is all I got. And then their artist made this. And then you guys are going to turn it into a 3D model and have him racing a kart, right? I'm super hyped and excited to see that. I can't wait. It's going to be cool. Do you have a link to your game? Do you have a game page or something that you can link everybody to so we can all check it out? Not yet. Yep. As soon as you do, pop back in and let us all know because I want to check it out. So this guy's going to be riding a little Mario Kart type kart, little go-kart, racing around the world. I'm picturing his his jacket flapping in the breeze and saying things like, wars made me angry. There's no honor in death. I don't know. I don't know what he would say. Kids these days. Oh, I mean, you know what though? I don't know if I would be the right guy to dub him, but I know a guy. If you need a voice actor, I know a guy. He's great and he's looking for work. What if you made the boss a structure that has girders to hold the four corners, but the rest was a rock or slime or in the major area in the middle? Yeah, this is what we're going to experiment with today. I don't know what he needs to look like. I just have some fuzzy ideas in my head about how it should work. And we're going to just draw and see what comes out. And oh yeah, I'll DM you. I'm going to put that on my to-do list. Hold on a second. If I don't put it on my to-do list, I forget. Send. Game dev unknown. PDAS info. Oh. All right, so I've got my drawn tablet. Oh, what is this? Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Many kids know about the 80s from their father. I went in Greece once in a vintage computer show. It has more than 14-year-olds. More 14-year-olds than 40-year-olds. I've never been to Greece. That would be awesome. All right, let's draw. So I'm thinking it needs like some kind of gross looking tentacles coming out of it. It's looking a little eye of the beholder-ish here. Now, let's keep the brush big. If I make the brush small, I'll start putting in details, and I don't want to do that yet. Keep the brush big, so I can't add details right now. All right, these would be all animated, right? And then this surface is going to be kind of gross, rough. Right, and then there would be like a engine port here, an engine port here, something like that. Something like that. And then maybe like a gun. I don't know. It's gotta have like a gun. Some kind of gun. Maybe the first phase is just one gun and he's just shooting. And then after you destroy that, then the lasers come out. He's got these four like beam lasers on him. And depending on what side you're on, those different lasers will fire. So you're over here and he's like, zzz, zzz. And as you fly around, the lasers will just like track after you. Right? That could be fun. Yeah, something like that, I think. Let's work on a body. So let's see. Let's start with a dark color because that's kind of be just the background of it. Let's load this so I can see what it looks like at smaller size. Right, so that's about the scale we want, right? And then all this blank space around it just gives me room to add animation and other stuff. Oh, you were drooling over an Amiga 500. I had an Amiga 500. Judd, are you going to be doing the defeat layers approach? Yes, I think, if I understand that correctly. There's going to be different things that are going to appear and disappear, and you'll destroy each one in turn until you finally get to the heart of the machine, and you destroy the heart. Optimize high mem.sys. Heart should be a little MODOK-like creature in there. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Like those little guys inside of Daleks, you know? The little squiddy, gross dudes that are Daleks. Something like that. Hey, Minecraft 1. Now following. And, oh wow, we're at 502. Let's see. Who was 500 then? Minecraft was 502. Rudd, thank you for the follow. You were number 501. And Lees, you were follower number 500. You pushed us over the edge. I have 500 followers, you guys. Thank you very much. Rhoda, thank you for the follow. Minecraft, Rudd, Lees, Real Semi-Myth, Hellmarch, Gimme Games, Bet Me, Joker, Firefly. You guys all followed me today and pushed me over the edge, and I appreciate it. And of course, thanks to everybody else who's been following me all this time. Lees, you were follower 500, but you stand on the shoulders of giants. And I appreciate all of you, and thanks very much. It's a fun threshold. All right. Yeah, so this is the boss guy that we're working on. And I'm going to tell you a couple of things. One, I'm not good at talking and drawing at the same time. I'm just not. It requires too much concentration and I lose track of time. And also, I'm not a super efficient. I mean, art, you could say, isn't supposed to be efficient, maybe. I'm definitely not. Why am I making him a rectangle? So what you're going to see is a lot of redrawing and experimenting here and like trying to figure things out. The other thing is that like, I don't know if this is universal. I think it is. It could be universal. Is that when you first start a drawing, it sucks. When you first start anything, in the beginning stages, it sucks. It always sucks. And it takes a little bit of time before it starts to be okay. And until that point, when it starts to be okay, it's very difficult and it's very frustrating. And it can be hard to do. I need a different shape. And in that process, you just have to be patient. I have to be patient. I get there. I get there eventually. But up until that point where it kind of all clicks together, it's very, very tough, frustrating, difficult to do. Uh-oh. Baba de Bois. Baba rating with a party of 11. Hey, thanks for joining, everybody. Take cover. Hey, welcome to the stream, everybody. We're working on Gravity Ace. It is a game I'm developing in Godot engine. And here's the trailer. Have a trailer. That's what we're working on. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. What are you working on, Baba? And today we're drawing the boss. We're trying to draw some better art for the boss. This boss will be in the first. He'll cap off the end of the first campaign, which is the first 24 levels in the game. You're on a cathedral with absurd 3-point vanishing point perspective. Yeah, everything in my game is just side view, 2D, simple. No vanishing points. No vanishing points, no perspective. I'm not a good enough artist to do any of that stuff. I think this shape I don't like. No, I don't like that angle. How do I change this angle? Kind of like that little hook that happened there. It's like little ears, kind of. You know what? Maybe I should turn on symmetry. Is that the center? How do I reset those? That's the center. Okay. Let's go again. I'm just trying to find some interesting shapes right now. And oh, that's not bad. This shape isn't symmetrical, so it ends up looking a little weird. It's looking a little weird. Hey, see ya. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yep. Adios. The trailer after Rage, you capture the attention of your raiders in one go. Now they claim everything and burn the land. Kind of like that. That's kind of interesting. Ooh, that might be fun. I don't know. I'm just not feeling this shape. Maybe. Maybe. This could use some refinement, but this maybe would work. Because these would be the engines. Let's see. Let's create another layer. Let's take those off. So we'll have like this guy, and then on top of that we'll have some kind of like engine-y looking thing. And I can be much more precise and mechanical about these things later if I decide to keep them. I don't know if I'm going to keep them. Okay. Should do those in a different color. These feel much too large. Yeah, and then they'll have like, I need like some kind of pipe structure going to them, like something like that. Some kind of internal grossness. Mm-hmm. So those can get destroyed. It'll keep its grossness. And then let's do some tentacles. Let's rename these layers. We'll call this the base. We'll call this the tents. We'll call this the pipes. We'll call this the engines. And thank you, Dark, for the follow. Appreciate it. I mean, it's all pixels at the end of the day. However you make pixel art, eventually, when you show it on the screen, it becomes pixels. The defining thing for me is that there's no anti-aliasing, and it's usually very small. So it's chunky. It's low resolution, right? This is 640 by 360. This is the biggest sprite I have in the game. Most of the sprites are much, much smaller, like this guy. 64, right? It makes the art production a lot simpler. It makes it go faster. And it goes faster for me. It goes faster because there's a limit to how much detail you can put in. The bigger the art is, the more detail you can put in. And if you don't put in the detail, it doesn't look as good. So you're forced to put in the detail if you make big sprites. Whereas if you make small sprites, you just literally can't. Which is its own challenge in a lot of cases, because you have to make something look good even though it's small with a limited amount of detail and some limitations. But if you know that going in, and you don't fight it too much, then it can make the art production go a lot faster, especially if you have to do just, a ton of frames of animation like I'm planning. Right? All these frames of animation, I have to draw them all. And so the smaller it is, the easier it is to draw all the different frames. So for a tentacle, let's look at, I'm going to put this at 1 pixel, right? I'm going to turn this off, and I'm just going to draw some tentacle frames. Let's do this. This says when you make a new frame, just copy it over and see how it just stretches across. That means these frames are all linked. So if I make a change in any of these frames, it's going to change all of them. Right? It's just across the board in all of them. And when I animate it, we'll be able to see all of these frames. And I think I need this to be at least 12. I've been animating on the 2s. 12 frames per second of animation for most things. I don't know. This one may get more, it may get less. I don't know. But let's just see how this looks. So if I create a tentacle, I kind of want it to be like, what? Like that, right? Let's say he goes out like that. And then I need to turn on my onion skin. And I want to see a head one and behind one. And I'm going to make this red-blue tint. So the red tint means, and actually I should have this be in front. No, behind, current layer only. Yeah. Yeah. This red means the previous frame looks like that. If I have another frame over here and I'm in between. So the blue frame will be the next frame and the red one would be the previous frame. Yeah, 3D is a big pain. I think my next game is going to be 3D. My next project is going to be 3D in some way. Probably with Godot Engine 4 because it just looks amazing. And I look forward to not creating animations frame by frame and instead animating meshes. I think that would be, well, it's going to be different. In theory, once the mesh is all rigged and animated, then I get a bunch of animation for free because I can move the camera around, I can rotate the object. There's a lot of different things you can do that you get for free once it's rigged and animated that you don't get in 2D. I'm looking forward to trying that. So I think this tentacle is going to be like whoosh, like that, right? So it's here, and that'll be like this part, and then it's going to pull back, right? So it's going to, the attachment point's going to stay right there. Let's draw that attachment point here. No, let's draw that attachment point here. Like that. And I'm just going to have that link across the entire animation so it's always there. And then here, right? So that way I'll know where this is drawing from. And then here, this is going to be like starting the pull back there. And then it's got a whip there at the top, right? So this will kind of go like this, and then like that, and like that. And then it's going to start coming back. So maybe a frame here, it'll hold. And then it'll start coming back. Whoosh. 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 And then it's got to whip the other side. Let's tag this whole thing. We'll call this, you have to tag the animation so that it wraps around. So we're going to tag this as idle. So now it wraps around. I can see the blue frame, which is frame 1. So this is going to kind of stop here and whip over. And whip over like that. And then just hold. There we go. There we go. See that? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It's kind of stiff. Whoops. Let's save this as an ACE file. So it saves all the layers and animations, and then we'll export it as boss layout. We'll do by rows. We'll say fixed number of columns. We'll say 6. Export. Then when I switch back over to Godot, it's going to look all messed up. I think, do I use this animation player anywhere? I don't. Okay, so we'll keep this as a, yeah, let's delete this. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to delete this because I called it boss, not boss1. So we're going to delete you. And we're going to replace you with boss. Boss1 textures boss, right? And it's all messed up. And I set the animation parameters to be 6 by 2. And frame 0 will be yep. And you're going to animate across all of those frames. You're going to clamp at the end. And about here, you're going to be at frame 11. Here we go. And when I play this, we should see it. Yeah. Oh, we'll have it loop. Right, there we go. Timing's off at the end. There we go. And that plays when it loads. So I should see it here in the game. Let's change my spawn point to be up here. Oh, well, there it is. Feels a little stiff, but I'll work on that. I think the bottom half of it is what's making it look a little stiff. Yeah, the bottom half is just a stick, and only the top half has any wiggle in it. Maybe that animation is incorrect. Maybe instead of swaying back and forth like that, yeah, I'm going to erase all that. See, you can't be afraid to just erase. It's fine. Took me a few minutes to draw it all. I'm just erasing it all. It's no big deal. Do I work in the game full time? No, I don't. I work on it maybe 10 hours a week or so. Yeah, about 10 hours a week or so. I was thinking of rigging it, right? That would be not a bad idea, and maybe I will. Maybe that's the way to go. Because then the tentacles could actually grab and do stuff, right? It could be fun. But I think I can just draw it. I don't know about rigging it right now. I think I can just draw it. And if you get too close, right, then it'll grab you. Let's just try an animation first. So if this guy's like just hanging out, right? Maybe this tentacle just kind of undulates here. And so the undulation would start maybe, well, the way I've drawn this is kind of like the end of it. It's going to be like, kind of like that, right? Which means I'm going to need like, let's see, how am I going to do this? So I'll need like a little dot, and that dot's going to go here, and it's going to stay there. It's going to come back and go to the other side and stay there and then come back and then go there, come back. Zoom that up a little bit so I can see it better. It starts right in the center, so that's where I want to end it. That's a weird wiggle. How did I F that up? Oh, because it goes right first. That's why. That's how I F'd it up. It's okay. It's interesting. And then the other end of the tentacle. So that's going to have, that's going to be kind of the front of it, right? So I can just draw a line, kind of a curve coming out of there. Right? That's the tail of it, or the root of the tentacle. And then maybe I want the head of the tentacle to be, so I would start over here. And it's going to move like this, but it'll move similarly, but over a wider area, right? Hmm. Okay. And now I can kind of connect these things. So if this is going to the right. So this is going to be like, It's going to be kind of like that. And like that. Like that. Like that. Right, like that. Like that. Oh wait, am I drawing it to the right one? Like that. I don't know if this is going to work out. I'm not a great animator either. Yeah, I'm not feeling that. That's not good. Undo. I think actually the bottom was okay. That's okay. The motion, the direction of motion is very important. So this goes right, right. He's going left, left, left. And he changes direction to right, right there. So this tentacle should be like flip. And then something. And then he's going to kind of go this way. And then kind of like this. I think this is going to look right. I'm just drawing random things now. Yeah, that doesn't look right either. This is harder than I thought it would be. Let's try it with a smaller tentacle. I don't understand how tentacles move. If we did, let's do a bigger brush. Let's do that. If I do this, right? And then the next frame, this curve is going to move up. So it should be kind of like this. And then this curve is going to keep moving up. So it'll be end up kind of like this. And then this will keep moving up, right? That's going to be kind of like this. And then that's going to move up. And it'll be kind of like that. And then that will go over to here. It'll kind of whip over there. And like that. And then that's going to whip that way. And then that will go up to there. And then that'll whip out that way. Where are we going to end up? Oh, am I making it longer as I go? I am. This is a common problem with doing straight ahead animation instead of doing pose to pose, is that you end up changing the scale of the thing as you go. That's okay. I can shrink it back down. So I need to start shrinking it back down to this gray box here. So I'll do that here in this frame. That's going to be up, kind of like that. And then here it's going to go kind of like that. And then here it's going to go kind of like that. Let's see how that looks. Oh yeah. Okay, that's not so bad. So the trick was I needed to draw it from this end and then work backwards. It was harder for my brain to understand how the curve would flow from here to up. And it was easier to start at the end and draw it backwards, which makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. If you're ever drawing a person, for example, let me show this as an example. If you're ever drawing a person, right? Art tips with John. You're drawing a head, you know, and you've got the body and you've got some shoulders, right? And you've got the body here and you've got your pelvis and you've got your legs coming down, the upper leg, and you've got your knee, and you've got your lower leg, and your lower leg, and you've got your feet, right? Well, it's hard to draw the arm like this. You start at the shoulder and draw the arm, and then draw the other arm, and then draw a hand, right? That's hard. But what you do, the trick is this. You draw the hand where you want it first. And then you connect it to the shoulder. And it's so much easier. You start at the hand and go backwards. You start at the hand and go backwards. And it's a lot easier. I don't know why. It just, that's just the way it is. Hentai. Oh, Lordy. It's helpful for these to draw the keyframes as a target. Yeah, that's the other thing. So I mentioned it a little bit, right? Like you're doing animation. There's a couple ways to do it. One is, let's say you have 12 frames, right? One is you just start at the first frame and you go to the next frame. Let's turn on the onion skin. Draw a smear here. Let's get rid of those. I'm not an animation expert. I'm not an industry veteran in animation or any of that. So take everything I say with a little grain of salt. This is what works for me. So you've got the smear and you've got your like thingy coming off of it. Right? That impact is too slow, actually. Anyway, that works, right? The problem with doing this is called straight ahead, where you're just going one after another. You're just literally going straight ahead and you're drawing the whole thing. Another way to do it is to go pose to pose. So you start with your opening pose, you draw your middle pose, whatever, you draw your end pose, and then you do your in-betweens. And you keep making more and more in-betweens. So let's see, you might have one there, you might have one there. So now I need a pose that's in between these two. Right? And it's going to be like, let's put it there actually. And then this one. Actually, does that make sense? Let's put it there. It's slightly left of center, right? And then that way I can put this one kind of there. So it looks like it's accelerating. And then here I can do the same thing, right? Kind of, he'll accelerate out. Right? And you can do pose to pose. And what happens with pose to pose is because you've got a reference for your final pose, your middle pose, whatever. It kind of helps you keep the scale of the object correct. He doesn't change shape as you go as much. You know, it's just a different technique for doing it. But this I did with straight ahead, and you saw the problem where the length of this thing increased and decreased. But it turns out to be okay. I don't mind it because it's a tentacle. It's meant to be gross and slimy and changey shapey, so it's fine. Hey, see you, Hybrid. Thanks for dropping by. So, yeah. So now I've got a tentacle. And he's looking suitably wormy. Just wiggling away out there. And now that I've got him, like the base of it, I can start adding some details to it. Yeah. So the first thing I want to do, I think, is I want to delete, well, let's keep that. Let's turn that off. These tentacles are going to be above everything, so I'm going to move them up, turn off all that. And then I can start just coloring the stuff. Let's do that. Let's do that. I know there are other ways of doing this. There's like a color replacement dialog. There's a bunch of different things you can do, but look, it's already done. All right. So now I want these tentacles to be kind of thick like this, but I want them to kind of thicken up towards the bottom, right? That's the first thing. And again, I don't have to be exact with this stuff. It's okay if they actually bulge in some areas when you wouldn't expect it. It'll look cool. And it's okay if it's a little messy. And I can actually create those bulges so they kind of move up the tentacle as we go. See that? It was like, whoa. Let's turn on the onion skin again. So the red is the previous frame, the blue is the next frame. Let's do that like that. Do this one. Now that I've got the basic motion down, I can just kind of, it's easier, right? You see how much faster it's going now? I can just kind of layer on the visual effects that I want on top of this, sort of like a skeleton. The hard part is coming up with the initial shape of things, right? That's why I was saying earlier, like when you're drawing, when I'm drawing, the initial half hour or so kind of sucks. It's just hard to do. And then eventually I hit upon something that I kind of like. And it kind of works. And then it becomes easier. Right? So see that shape now? It's kind of tapered and nice. And I've got some like bulges moving up the thing. add new random ones as I go and kind of just animate that bulge. Let's put one right here. Right here. Yeah, gross. And then we can turn everything else back on. You can see it, right? And I can delete this. I don't need you anymore. All right. And now I can take this tentacle and hopefully I can just duplicate it. So let's try that. Let's duplicate like that. And then I don't know if there's a way to shift this, but I think I can move it, right? That moves all the layers. Can I rotate? Can I do this? Nope, that's not all the layers. Can I? No. Select, transfer, modify? No. Sprite? Duplicate, rotate, crop, trim? No. Jim, thanks for the follow. You are follower number 506. We just crossed the threshold of 500 followers recently. And I appreciate it. How do I rotate this whole thing? There must be a way. Border, contract, delete layer, merge layer. There's no rotate layer. I can rotate the whole sprite. I can rotate the canvas. I can transform, right? But that's just, it's just going to end up doing that one frame, not all of them. I can flip it, but it's just that one frame again. There must be a way to do this. A sprite, rotate all frames. At the moment, this is not possible. That was in 2018. The only thing you can do in 1.2a is rotating selecting frames or cells in the timeline using edit, rotate. Edit, rotate. No. Selecting frames or cells in the timeline, then using edit, rotate. Edit, rotate. Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, I'm not the only one who has this problem. And a new little feature. What is the new little feature? What version am I on? 1.2.3. This is what I want. How did he do that? All right, he selected all the frames. He did the selection first. Then he selected all the frames. Then he moved. Any rotated. Let's try that. Let's try selecting first. So if we do, let's undo. So if we select first, like that, or like that even, and then we select, transform, no. All right, we select, then select all the frames, no. Am I losing my mind? Hey, Jim. FYYC, Calgary, Alberta, Canada, airport code. Jim from Canada. I'm not a game developer, but I'm interested in programming in general. I'm a lifelong learner of tech and computer programming. I'm currently doing SCADA hardware for a small manufacturer. I've been programming since the 1980s. Yeah, similar. I'm also a lifelong learner of tech and computer programming. I'm currently doing product management for a small company. And I, too, have been programming since the 1980s. All right, is the trick to do the enter on the keyboard thing? I guess maybe it works, but it's not showing it right. So if I do that, I do my transform, I do my move, I hit enter. Does it do all of them? It did all of them. Look at that. All right, now the next question is, how do I shift these frames? Is there a way to shift them? A Sprite, shift frames. Thank you, Scooter. See, this is what I want. I want to shift these frames. So this one becomes over here and they just move. Edit shift when the timeline selection is active. Has this been done? It's I guess it's not a, how do you tell if this is actually accepted or done? Frame shift. Is there such a thing? There's a frame menu. Duplicate, jump, constant, reverse, new frame, duplicate, cell properties, tags, jump to. Shift. Okay. So is that going to do what I think it's going to do? I think this is just nudge. Yeah, that's just nudge. That's not shifting the frames. It's not here. Yeah, I've seen it done that way too, which is kind of annoying. Like you can just do that, right? And then move these to the front. And then delete these. That works okay. And then I can duplicate these again. Do the same thing. Put you at the front. And then I'm going to transform all of you dudes like this. And like that. Takes a second for it to think about it, do all those transforms. And then duplicate it again. And this one, I'm going to move it even more. I'm going to do, let's do 4 frames. Put those at the front. And then transform all of these. I'm just glad that this works. Even though it doesn't show it in the onion skin, it is working. I'm going to flip it as well. Horizontal flip. Go like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then this one, which one are these? These ones. I want to flip these as well. Horizontal flip. Let's do another rotate. I can't remember if I flipped this one before, but there. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Are you doing a thing? It might be dead. Oh, hey, it's back. All right. Save. All right, now we got some stuff going on, right? I've got all these tentacle layers. I'm going to group these. Can I group them? Yeah. We'll call that the tentacle group. And I can close that. If I want to, I can close it. So I should have not copied all these first. Well, maybe it's okay, because I want to draw some more details on them. But let's export it and see how it looks. Let's delete these. Export. Go back to Godot. Run. Hey, Jim. Yeah, it is a space creature. You don't want to, you know, you want to avoid the tentacles, as they say. See, already I like this guy better. All right. Now, we got to make the tentacles look dangerous, right? So, let's merge all these layers. Yep. Merge down. Merge down. Merge down. Now, I can do this really easily. I can go B, lock alpha. Yeah, I can make this a little bigger. And I can choose a new color, right? And I can do some drawing on top of the tentacles. So you're going to have like a little red pad on the ends of each of these feet. And I'm going to go through a bunch of frames and add it on. Because red means bad in games, right? Red means don't touch. Red means danger. And I don't want to confuse people. I want to make the game easy to understand. So I'm going to use red. And up here with you as well. Can't believe this requires so much of my concentration. This is like the easy part. I always think that these art streams are like boring to watch because it's just me drawing some scribbly lines and then erasing the scribbly lines over and over and over again. And then if you fly close to one, I think maybe the animation will change for that tentacle into something else. So if I did add that functionality, what I would do is I would end up cutting these tentacles out, and I might only need one, right? I would just copy those frames and make it a new sprite and then do its whole thing. And I would just duplicate it, right? And then I get the variety. Oh, let's do that. Let's fucking do that. All right. Here's what we're going to do. Just talking about it made me want to do it. So I'm going to take all these frames. I'm going to do this. And we're going to copy all of this. Copy. New sprite. Paste. Did anything happen? It pasted something. All right. All right. So we've got, oh, grats. I need to move all of them together. There we go. All right. So if I take one of these guys, just one, just my first one that I drew, because we love him. He's our first guy. And yeah, let's just put him down here like this. And he can be, I don't know how big that is. Let's do canvas resize. And we'll put him at 128. 96 it is. Right? And I'm going to fill in that hole. Where did my pen go? I put it down for 1 second. Oh, I swear to God. Found it. Where's that hole? It's right there. Switch you back to alpha. Put you there. There's one here too. Right. All right. Let's call this tentacle. This is the fun part about game dev. You get to make tentacles. And it's 12 frames. We'll export that as just a simple horizontal strip. See that? Nah. Let's make it more compact. We'll do that. 4x3. Okay, export as tentacle. Over in the game then, so here we're going to delete them. Ooh, we're going to delete them. Delete. Fearless. Look at me. Look how fearless I am. And then we need a tentacle scene. It'll be a 2D scene because you need to be able to position it. It'll be called tentacle. In that scene, there's going to be a animated sprite. Yeah, let's do it that way. And this is going to be tentacle. Now let's leave it animated sprite. And in the animated sprite needs an animation. It needs sprite frames. And those frames are going to be from boss 1, textures, tentacle. It's a 4x3, and I want all the frames. There's my frames. And I'm going to run it at 12 frames per second. And this animation is, if I play it, yeah, it's fine. So I've got my tentacle, right? And the origin is right here at 0, 0. But I want the sprite origin to be, I want the sprite to be like that, right? So its origin is at the root of it. And then I think this is going to need a script. Let's add a tentacle script. And the only thing this is going to do for right now is just play. going to save it right here. Then over in the boss, I can add those tentacles. I can add a tentacle like that. Oh, and over here in the boss, we need to export him. Let's re-export him. Right, so he doesn't have the tentacles. But we're going to put him right there. Let's do this. Let's redo this collision layer. Is there a way to? I guess not. If I do this, it's going to create a new collision 2D sibling. Oh, it can't do it because of the shape. It's a. All right. Let's do this. We're gonna. What? We're gonna do this. We're gonna start new. And we're gonna hide all of this stuff. And we're gonna do it this way. How come I can't draw? How come I can't just click to add new? Oh, because I'm in the wrong thing. All right. Let's just do this. Bap, bap, bap. Doesn't need to be exact. I just want to be close. There's so much going on in the game. You're flying around. It doesn't need to be exact. The collisions aren't going to be, they don't need to be pixel perfect, so I don't care. The player just needs to know not to get too close. All right, so there's my collision. And then I've got my other stuff on here, and I've got my tentacle. My tentacle can go there. I can just attach, and I can duplicate the tentacle, put it there, and I can rotate the tentacle, and I can, how do I flip it? Maybe I don't flip it. Let's just not worry about that right now. And I can move this one down here and rotate it and duplicate again. Put you right there. Let's see how it looks. Let's see how she looks. Oh, yeah. All right. And then you see how they're all doing exactly the same animation, right? So, what I can do is I should actually re-change how I do this. So see how it's going off at an angle. I actually should redraw this. Let's re-rotate the sprite. I want this sprite to be pointing to the right. So I'm going to select all those frames, go like that, and then I'm going to rotate it. How do I rotate it? I'm going to rotate it, and I'm going to move it. So I'm going to move it so it's there. I'm going to rotate it so it's like that, like that. So it's going to be mostly just facing to the right, like that. Looks like it's clipping just a tiny bit. Okay, that's perfect. Export, export. I'm going to reposition all these things. But what it'll allow me to do now is I can take this animated sprite, I can reposition it there. Right? Right like that. Oops. And then I can actually, in the script code, I can say, look, if randf half the time, randf returns a number between 0 and 1. So if it's less than 0.5, which should happen 50% of the time, then I will do animated sprite dot flip v. So some of the tentacles are going to be this way and some are going to be this way, just randomly. And then I also want to do animated sprite dot seek. Can I do that? Dot frame equals rand I mod animated sprite dot frames. So what this does is it says, look, set the starting frame to be some random number modulo the number of frames in the animation. This modulo, what it does is it does a division between a random number. This will be some giant random number. I think it goes to 2 billion. And it divides it by the number of frames. And then whatever the whole number remainder is becomes the frame number. So effectively, this becomes a random number between 0 and the number of frames there are, 0 and 11 in this case. So it'll start on a random frame, and then randomly it'll flip. And over here in the boss, I just need to reposition them all. So I'll say tentacle 1, I'm going to rotate you like that. And the reason I had to move these, the reason I had to have it point to the right like that was so that I can do the flipping here without it actually changing the position of the sprite, you know, or the angle of it. Now it's not going to change the angle. It's just going to do that instead of, if it was like, if it was angled like that, if it was angled like that and you flipped it vertically, this root would move to there. But now the root's not going to really move. It's going to stay pretty much where it is, no matter how it's flipped. All right. Let's see how it looks. Int and object. Oh, frames is the actual frames. It's like an array or something. Length. What is this? Animated sprite frames returns sprite frames, which has an array of frames. Get frame count is what I want. There we go. Let's see how that looks. It wants the animation, I'll bet. Non-existent. Really? All right, hold on a second. It's interesting to see what you come up with. It's been nice to see how this boss has evolved. Thank you, thank you. The V key allows you to place the sprite origin using the pointer. Oh, really? Oh, fascinating. Okay, that's interesting. That actually would be useful. To put it right there, right? And then, yeah, and then I can move the origin right there. Then it's perfect. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Have a trailer. All right. There is an offset flip V. So there is a flip V. Is it? It's not in. Oh, it's flip underscore V. There's frames. There's animation. How come that's saying it's not there? Animate sprite dot flip V. Shouldn't that work? Is that not what I had? I don't know. It's working. All right, you see this one? This one's flipped because it's not, the red is on the inside and this red is also on the inside. And if it wasn't flipped, it would be on the outside. And these are, maybe they're both flipped or they're not flipped, but they're flipped the same way. And you see how the animations are offset? Like this one's expanding out, this one's contracting in. It's because they're starting on different frames, so they look like they have some variety there. They look different. Excuse me. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. So then I can do some stuff, right? Like if I wanted to, each tentacle could be actually 3 tentacles. Right? And I could do this times 3 for child in get children if child is animated sprite. Then this could just be child, 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 right? And then each one of these, like I could scale this. Let's see. Do something like that. Where's the scale on this thing? Do 0.5 and 0.5. Transform 0.5 and 0.5, right? Oh, you see how fun this is? Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, that looks like a gross, tentacly alien dude. And there's a lot of randomness and weird movement, and it looks great. I love it. All right. Oh yeah, it needs more eyes for sure. So that's with just one piece of art. And I replicated it 3 times, times 4, replicated it 12 times, add a bunch of procedural randomness into it, and it looks interesting and unique and great. And it was pretty simple. It's just one piece of art. Pop goes the corn. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're working on a boss guy. So now I've got thrusters that I want to deal with. These guys, right? And that was my placeholder art, and that's a 64 by 64. And if I copy this here, you can see it's just way too big. I think it needs to be half as big, something like that. Right? Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, like half the size. So let's go in here and just shrink you down to 32. Delete. Pop goes the corn, not pog. Pog corn, is that what you get a lot? Yeah. I don't keep up with my memes, so I only found out what I don't even understand. It's probably for the best. All right, so this guy, he's going to be, let's draw him here, actually, first. Let's draw him here. Let's do a new layer and draw him here just to get kind of like a sense. Or let's do this. Let's copy this here. Oops, copy here. Something like that, right? It needs to be right in there. Maybe 64 by 64 is too small, or 32 is too small. Let's go that. All right. So it's going to be something like that. And then I'm going to draw on top of that. Let's make this layer transparent so it doesn't get too much in my way. It doesn't get distracting. All right. So here, actually, I do want it to be distracting because I want to see how it blends. So then here, the thruster is going to be something like a nozzle. Let's turn on vertical symmetry. Right, something like that. Here we go. And then we can add a little bit of detail in here. So it needs to attach to the boss somehow, right? This is like the under layer. Oh shit, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. God. It's fine. All right. Drawn on the wrong layer. I should have locked it. What a noob. What a noob move. Massacron. Thanks for the follow. All right, red. We need red. These guys need some red. The engine nozzle will obviously be kind of red because it's dangerous. And we can start putting like little pipes and stuff on here. Right. And let's turn off symmetry. We don't want everything to be perfectly symmetrical because that's boring. That might be too much. There we go. And there'll be like a little pad here. And these will be little pads. Oops. It doesn't work. Let's do little red pads here. And then this will kind of feed out and connect into the rest of the ship. Something like that. Yeah. All right. That is an engine, and it's red, so you know you can shoot it. You know it's dangerous. And then I've got, let's see, so I can delete this. Right, and then I export this as thruster. Right. Each thruster has a collision shape, which I can shrink right down. I like so. And then the thrust actually needs, it has a collision shape as well. I can shrink that. Put that there. And the exhaust. All right, exhaust and the particles. Need to work on those. Oops, particles. All right. All right, all right, all right. Good. So this exhaust is obviously much, much too big. Let's open that. Is it this one? Yeah. So this is big. I think I can change this to be a 32, like that. And it actually, what is that? That is 8 pixels. Yeah, it's 8 pixels tall. So what if we did something different here? What is 8 pixels? That's 8 pixels right there. Let's turn on the vertical symmetry. And we'll make it red. Move it over a little bit. Actually, let's turn off the symmetry. I don't want symmetry. Yeah. So I don't know. Does this thing want to be fire or does it want to be something else? Maybe some kind of superheated, crazy, ugly plasma. Maybe it would be this color. I'm looking at 4 frames here. Copy that, paste, paste, paste. 4 frames kind of doesn't feel like enough, but let's see what we can do. I want it to come out to about here. Yeah, let's have it come out to about here. It'll be long. Why am I snapping? I turn that on sometimes by mistake. And I can never remember how to turn it off. Grid, snap to grid, Shift S. All right. Shift S, it snaps to the grid. But I don't want it to snap. So we're going to stop. Oops, I did it again. I'm going to stop right up there. Maybe there. So it would be simple to do this. And this exhaust would need to be, how does this work? Oh, I see. It's sprite frames. Let's delete all those. Delete. Delete, 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 delete. I changed the size of it. I want 4 and 1. Select all. There we go. Feels... It's scaling it based on the thrust amount. I think it needs to be much smaller. So let's do that. Let's just chop it right here. And yeah, we'll chop it, chop it, chop it right there. All right. And I think I want to do something different where it's like, I don't know. Let's do this. Let's keep it thick. Let's not taper it so much. Right? Something like that. It's weird. It's going to be playing it really fast, though. Let's see. Yeah, don't like that. Don't like that at all. It's like little tongues. That ain't right. Let's change the particle system while we're at it. This particle emission shape is a box. I want it to be 4 pixels. Yeah. Say 5. I mean, I might be able to just do this with the particle system exclusively, but it'll look better with an animated sprite underneath it. All right. I think for this to work, it needs to do something. Let's hide this collision area. And then let's run this. Oh, not that one, this one. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. All right. Back to the drawing board. Let's do this. Let's rotate the sprite first of all. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees counterclockwise because I feel more comfortable drawing up and down than side to side. Then let's do a base, and we'll copy it to every frame. So we're starting all in the same place. And then let's do that. Let's just be a little random. And I'm going to shrink this down, do a little thingy like that. And then do the same thing. And do that. And then do this again. And do that. And do that. It looks like it's going left, right, left, right. I don't like that. I need to shift this. That. And shift you. That. Okay. And then I want to have some like particles coming off of this thing. Oh, I need to rotate it again. Rotate it back. Sprite, rotate back clockwise, export, done. Here we go. Let's see how it looks. Now it just looks like a spike that's not changing. Yeah, that doesn't work either. See, that spike just never moves. Let's put us like some space in here. We can see it actually moving out. Kind of like, I mean, we want it to be like flamey, right? All right, and then we can add some color variation in here. Let's do a maybe Let's do something like this. And then something like this. And then we can do something like that. And a little randomness here. Export that. Let's see how that looks. The particles are in a much smaller area, so I'm going to use less of them. Let's use 30. And I want to scale them down as well. Let's go half as big. Let's go 1. Let's look at this texture. This texture starts at 5. Let's start it at 2.5. 3. Let's have them not scale down so quickly. Yeah. All right, let's see how that looks. That doesn't look bad. That looks interesting. Okay, that's starting to look better. See, it's hard to tell how it's all going to look until it starts interacting with itself. Right, you can see different parts of it interacting. And now I think what it's missing is it doesn't look hot, right? It needs to glow. I need to add a glow. And that glow can be done here in the animation. And I can do that. Oh boy, I think I need to move this whole thing. Let's do this. Let's move all of this. Move all of this over here. Like that. Right? That way I have this space over here to add the glow. And I can add the glow as a new layer right here. I do glows by turning the opacity way down, switching the blend mode of this layer to add, and picking a color. Pick that color. Let's pick this color, hot pink. Right? And then we can just kind of paint the glow on. That. That. Like that. Like that. And I can add a little bit around these little guys. You get one. All right, and then I can highlight all of these and blur them a little bit. All right. Export again. And I need to adjust where those emanate from. Put it right there. And we'll put you right there. Who was that? Velopman. Thank you for the follow. Velopman and Massacron and JW01 and Jim F and Harry Hopkinson and Dark Babar. Thank you all for the follows. I appreciate it. Let me load this up again. I think that glow needs to be more like hot white. I'm gonna change that up a little bit, I think. But let's see how it looks so far. Oh yeah, see, it already looks cool. Oh, and I should add this distortion shader to it as well. See that? But it looks better. It looks good. It needs to look hotter. So let's add another glow layer. This time I'm going to use white. And I'm going to be a little less opaque. And I'm just going to put it right here. Highlight all those, blur them. Maybe take the opacity of that whole layer down a little bit. Export. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, let's turn you off. Whoa. Oh, yeah. See, it looks hot. Looks hot and creepy. Hot and creepy is what we're going for. Dirty. All right, let's align these engines on the boss. See, we're in the fun part now, guys. Thruster. Which one is it? I'm going to align you right there. And then when he gets blown up, you see, it'll just leave that behind. So I need to draw like something. I need to draw that more interesting so it looks like a destroyed version of it. Or what I might do, actually what I might do is just leave these in a destroyed state. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Let's come back to the boss sprite and just remove those engines. Save, export. Boom. Yeah, we'll just leave those in a destroyed state. How can I tell what angle this is? 45, okay. 45. You're 45 right there. And you are 45. You're good. Put you right there. Actually, I think I want some kind of... Yeah, I want them to like stick out a little bit more. So he's going to be there. He's going to be there. What are you? I got all these at 45 on the first try. Not him. All right. And you're going to be right there. And you're going to be right there. And then I'm going to add a little something here. So you're going to be... Let's turn on symmetry again. Something like this. Just a nub, right? Oh, whoops, I drew that in the wrong spot. Always drawing on the wrong layer. Delete. No, not delete. We will erase that. And then we will redraw. We'll rebuild him better, faster, stronger. Is it not? Whoa. Hey, my new bot thing's working. All right, that's my cue to pay attention. Why the isn't that appearing? Redeemed stretch. Thank you. Oh, if you haven't stretched yet today, always stretch. Be like a dog. My dog does the best stretches. Link all those frames, that's why. There we go. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I needed that. I need to work on my posture and my stretching. I appreciate it. Who do we have in here? Oh. Somebody requested wear the captain's hat yesterday, but I didn't wear it, and I want to wear it for them. And I'm waiting for them to come back. This animation is taking so long. Hey, Velop Man, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Maybe the particles need to be transparent or bright. Maybe. Let's see. What if they started out white? Let's see. Let's look at that. Let's see if these guys started out white for just a bit. Let's look at their color ramp. So let's move that to there, and then we'll add another one here, and that one's going to start out white. And let's do this as well with the scales. We'll add a point here, and we'll do this. Does that work? No, that doesn't work. Whoops. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Okay. Can I delete that point? Yeah. What if I do that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Do that. Yeah. Yeah. And if we did this as a partially transparent, something like that. That looks fun. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Maybe save the song one for next time. I have to quit soon. It's already 11 a.m. here. Yeah, save the song for next time. I haven't prepared anything anyway. But I'll have a song for next time. Oh yeah. See, I like that. I like that. Now, here's where it could get over the top, and I think it would be good to maybe go over the top, is I could actually I could add more effects here around the nozzle where the flame's coming out. I could use more glow. I could do a shader to distort the thing. Like I can just add a, let's see. If I did this and added a distortion shader, does that do anything? No. What if I added it on the particles? See that? That's the particles acting like a distortion on top of the flame underneath. What I would need would be maybe another particle system. Oops. If I added another particle system and had those particles going, all right, they're going straight down, but I don't want that to happen. I want them to go no gravity. I want them to go that direction, I want them to be bigger. And I want them to go faster. And then I add my distortion material. See that? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. See that? That's fun. Heat particles. That distortion shader is fun. It comes in handy. Oh, it's always running. So I've got a, oh, and then it's got a, okay. All right, so this would need to be in a, what's it called, a back buffer copy? Like this. And this would be in here. And let's actually put all of these. Let's call this heat particles and particles 2D. And then this goes, I'll just put this at the same level right here. And then when the particles comes on or off, emitting is true. Then I'll turn heat particles dot show. Otherwise, it'll be heat particles dot hide. Come on, baby. Oh, the back buffer copy is not working right because it needs to be viewport. Oh, yes. And let's change this particles system so that it doesn't spread so much. This is how much it spreads. So it was 45, so it would go this way to the right, but then at a 45, it'll emit at a 45-degree angle in either direction. Now it's going to only go at a 10-degree angle. Let's do it at a 0-degree angle. Let's have 0 spread. So it's just, they're just going to go straight out. And actually, now that I think of it, this doesn't need to be a particle system at all. I think this can just be a sprite. Because the particle, the distortion shader itself does the movement. This can just be a texture. I could use this one. This one. And then we could turn that off. This could get the distortion material. Yep. And then I can just move it to like that. And I can scale it even to like, that. 2. Right, like that. Yeah, I don't need this. Oh, yeah. And if I'm in the thrust, it should distort me as well. Maybe not, because the Z index is wrong. That's fine. It's fine. So what back buffer copy does is normally, let me look at that shader. I've got this distortion shader, right? And the distortion shader is doing, it's a screen texture. It's accessing the screen texture. And whenever a shader accesses the screen shader, the game essentially takes a screenshot of the viewport, and then it caches that screenshot. And then it uses that same screenshot for every shader in the game that uses a screen texture, okay? It's a performance optimization, so it doesn't have to keep taking screenshots for every different shader, right? Every shader gets the same screenshot. The problem is if you have multiple screen space shaders that overlap, they won't look right if it's using the cached screen copy. They each need their own so that the shader effects will stack. That's where the back buffer copy comes in. Back buffer copy basically says, look, for all the shaders in here, take another screenshot. So each one gets its own copy of screen texture in the shaders in this part of the tree. So now my shaders, my screen space shaders when they overlap will look correct. That's what the back buffer copy does. What just happened? We just got Dexstar for following. Thank you very much. Dudeman, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it very much. We did the stretch. Let's see. We answered the question about back buffer copy. I'm glad you like that, Hulda. Dude, man, this is so cool. I recently downloaded it and I'm still trying to figure everything out. Thanks for sharing this. No problem. I'm back Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. And Shabrex. Thank you for following. Shabrechtsk. Shabrechtsk. Shabrechts. That sounds German. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, and you can go to gravityace.com, join the Discord. Info. Gravityace.com has links to everything. There's a Discord. You can pop in, ask questions, DM me on Twitter, whatever. I'm happy to talk about all this stuff. And interrupt me if anybody has any questions about anything. Like I said, I'm not a teacher, but I am happy to explain what's happening. All right, so I've got my distortion shader, I've got my engine, I've got my heat particles going. So you see all the different effects that go into this? There's an animated, well, first of all, there's this itself, and I'm probably going to animate this guy as well at some point. Then I've got the animation for the actual exhaust plume coming out of the engine, right? I have a particle system on top of that. I have a distortion shader running in a back buffer copy. I've got code for actually animating, turning on and off the nozzles. And in the boss itself, there's code in here where it says, look, for each engine, depending on how the ship is moving, depending on how the boss is moving, I want you to actually turn on and off the right engines. And not only that, but scale them, right? So it knows based on the direction it's going, how much magnitude, how much thrust should be coming from that engine. That's the thrust magnitude. And then it passes that when it turns the engine on and off. And the engine comes on and off, and it uses that magnitude to scale the engine exhaust plume. There's a lot of stuff that goes into the effect, and I haven't even added sound effects yet, and I'm not even done. See, so that's why this one, you see how some of the exhaust plumes are bigger than the other ones? It's because it's going in the opposite direction of that plume. It's going more right, now it's going more right, it's going more down. It's going more left, see? It's a subtle effect, but I think it's neat. It kind of gives you a clue about which way it's going. I think if people don't notice it consciously, they will subconsciously. So you see what I've done now, though, is I've polished the thrusters much more than I've polished the rest of the ship, and it shows. It shows. So now I need to go back and forth and add more detail to this guy. And I think this shape is just completely wrong, first of all. I do want it to like connect to the thrusters, but I want it to be not too big, not too small. It needs to be just right. Gotta get in that Goldilocks zone. That looks okay. Let's see. That's 45. This is not 45. This is not even close. Where's 45? Let's do a line as reference at a 45. From the center, it's there, right? That's 45. In the art world, if you're doing art, lines like this are called construction lines. And you'll see them a lot in sketches where you've seen the artist they've drawn some like, they'll be like doing like a building or something, and you'll see like these construction lines. And then on top of that, you'll see like the more refined sketch, right, of like the square or whatever it is. And some artists will leave the construction lines in, and some won't. You see it a lot in architecture where you have like a line overlapping. They do this a lot in architecture because that point where they cross is very clear. It's very precise, and it's hard to tell without the construction lines exactly where the corner is. But with the construction lines, you can see it. Anyway, that's what this big pink line is. It's a construction line to help me align the rest of the art at the 45-degree angle that I want. Really way up there. Do I even want it at a 45? Well, let's see. I think I want it actually. Let's turn that off. I think I actually want it like maybe down here. So much lower. This thing's kind of going to end up a little oblong shaped, and I want it kind of there. Yeah. So let's delete that and that. And then I can take this and I can blend this in a little better. Something like that. And then the base shape will change a little bit as well. I can do something like that. For that, I do want the this back on. Something like that. And then the engine. Let's see, I could do. No. Let's put that on here. I don't want this guy to have any like obvious like up or down, because I want him to be able to move in any direction. And you know, it's not a human, it's an alien, so it's got to look creepy and alien. And you've got to look at it and go, I don't understand what I'm looking at a little bit. Like, what is that? Maybe some things like the pipes and stuff are familiar. And maybe you can understand what a gun is when it's pointed at you. But other stuff is going to be a little wackadoo. All right, so I've got this one engine. I'm going to turn off the symmetry. I'm going to copy the whole screen, paste the whole screen, Shift H. The paste didn't happen. All copy, paste, Shift H didn't work. There it is. And then all copy, paste, Shift V. There we go. Export. And then I can move you right there, and you're going to fit in perfectly. Excellent. And you, whoops, you, come on. Oh man, these sprites are so big, they're like overlapping. And then you, whoops, you, yeah. You're going to go right there. You're going to go right there. All right, now we've got our tentacles. And let's add a couple more tentacles. Let's put one right here. We're going to put you. Oops. We're going to put you right here. And rotate you like that. Put you right there. And we're going to copy you. Put you right there. And rotate you like that. Oh, yes. All right, let's look. Hey, Man of Bad Feels. Welcome. Yeah, this is the boss. Look at him go. Scoop up that fuel. Come back to me. See, now that this engine's destroyed as well, he won't go, this one won't fire anymore. And he'll have a hard time going like down and to the right now. He still can, because he can fire both of these and still kind of go down and to the right, but it's going to be slower. See, he's mostly just moving up and left. I don't know about that mechanic, because it seems like you can, it prevents him from chasing you if I make it too realistic, you know? Maybe what I should do is just have the engine stay, but it's weakened. I don't know. Poor crippled boss guy. All right. And then this whole interior needs to be animated as well. Where the heck? There we go. This whole interior needs to be animated as well. And I should change that. I can delete this layer. Right, so there's no animation here on any of this stuff. So what I do is I think I would add animation on top. So I might have like, I don't know, some kind of goopy thing. So the way I'm doing this is I'm using my keyboard to move to the next frame. The arrow keys in Sprite, left and right, do that. Up and down, switch layers. So you can just draw and add new frames or switch frames or whatever. It's pretty seamless and easy. Right, so now I've got this goopy thing. And I can take all those and I can just move you wherever I like. Maybe there. Export that. And then you are this sprite, right? And then this is your reset animation. Default animation goes from frame 0 to frame 11. Where are you? Oh, because it's not playing. Duh. Right? I can just add some stuff to animate on top of this guy. Make him look interesting and goopy. His whole outline should probably animate a little bit. Yeah, maybe his whole outline should animate a little bit. This could be underneath. And I could do like something like that. Over here, maybe. Do that. And then let's see. Let's put something here. And maybe here, something like that. Let's do one. Let's do something here like that. Erase that. Yeah. And then, I don't know, what does it need? It needs something in this corner. Something in this corner. It's like it's got a heartbeat. Some of it's a little hidden by the tentacles. That's okay. I think I want a little bit more right here. Where is that? It's like right there. I want it like right there. Let's do that. Let's do that. Do that. Do that. Thank you, Droat Milk. Usernames are fun. There we go. There we go. So he can push me with this engine. And when he pushes me with his engine, my shield goes down. And it pushes me away. So I have to come fighting back. And I can hit him with rocks. It's hard to do when he's shooting at me, but I can hit him with a rock. There aren't too many bullets in the air. Like that. Oh, yeah. This is how the speedrunners will do it. They'll like throw rocks at this thing because it's so much faster than shooting it forever. It'll just absorb bullets for a long time. One good rock. Whack. I'm starting to like that. Still needs a lot more detail, a lot more work, but it's much better than where we started. And I especially love the little engine effects that we have. I could animate the thrusters as well. So these could have some kind of animation on them when they're running versus when they're off. Could be animation, could be glows, could be some kind of transformation effect. Maybe this closes and opens, right? Lots of different things you can do to give it some spark, some life. But let's commit. Let's do a commit. Oof. Got a bunch of stuff here. So let's see. What do we got? We've got tentacles. We deleted that and we added new boss art and animation. We upgraded the thruster and the script for the thruster. We add the tentacle scene and the script for the tentacle. We have new thrust animation, new thruster art. There's the tentacle script. And we have new code in the boss himself. What is this? This is our new test level, and this was just a refactoring I did. All right, so new boss art. Updated. Improved boss art. Okay. And this is going to be Fuel Pod Code Refactor. Don't care. And this is changed test level private. When I mark them private like that, that's just for, there's a build script. Where is it? Build list changes. and it creates my change log for me from the git commits. And the private ones don't show up in the list. That's all. Because I don't think players will actually be interested in them. But they do show up obviously here, right? So I still know about them, but they don't need to be in the change log. That's what private is. Yeah. So unfortunately, we did a lot of work, but I still can't check anything off. I still need to work on this, and this, and this, and this, and all this stuff. Let's add an item. Thruster art. Done. Tentacle art. Mostly done. I'm just going to check them off. I'm adding them and checking them off just so I can show that I did something. We also did this bot stuff. We added some bot commands. And I need to work on still the announcement when I start streaming. And I need to send game dev unknown some information about a voice actor friend of mine who can do some voice acting for his game. Yeah, boss is coming along. Pretty happy with where we ended up. We should take a screenshot. Let's do this. Let's make a GIF. For Screenshot Saturday, let's make a GIF.